Alright, we're live. I just got an infinite loop. I don't know where the hell it's coming from. Okay, so the infinite loop was as Seagulls. Let's go backwards. As Seagulls is activated, I know it's not Seagulls because we've turned this thing on. I mean, we could, I suppose it's worth testing, right? But if we turn Seagulls on later into the game, although we're going to be continuing from a save progression point now, what happens? That's already turned down apparently. My speakers must be loud. That was something I wanted to do as well. Van hit zombie. I turned the volume down to 0.33, you can barely hear it now. Let's try 55. I mean, well, 44. Okay, interesting. So when it reloads progression, we are fine. But Seagulls isn't active right now, weirdly. So that's because it already went past that progression point. But why did it load? Oh, I suppose it would because we go through and we interact. Okay, I know what to do then. We have a special, well, not, is it a special script? Okay, that's something I need to fix. Right, hang on a minute. I know why it always runs that van now. I've just realized something. Because as we go through, so even when we repeat load progression, God, I will never do a game this way ever again. This has been such a pain in the ass. So that activates that interactable. This interactable triggers next objective. So the next objective of getting the van is drive to next town. Drive to next town has a special script on it called enable driving. So what we need to do is figure out what is the, so what I need to do in here is put a public integer of objective num. And what I basically need to say is if objective number is greater than this number, so in the same way that I did the interactive disablers, I need to not do this. We should be able to figure it out, right? But it's not, I don't know, it's always a bit weird. But it's going to be roughly, this is objective like 1, but I don't know if we count from 0. Well, let's look at our objective manager, right? When our objective is meet friend, let's start a new game. Let's start a new game. I would imagine our index ref would be 0 or 1. Whatever. Okay, we start counting from 1. So this is objective 1, right? So that'll be objective 2. 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14, 15, 16, 17, 18, 19. Our objective should be 20. If we're not continuing previous progression, our objective number should be 20. So we can say in this script, where the hell did that even go? There it is. We can hardcode it actually. Well, I'll keep it public just in case we I don't think I'll add anything before then. But basically that wants to be 20. And then we should say if objective, we need system. Okay, so we need system. And then we can say if system objectives index ref is greater than objective num, then don't do anything. So it would be better to say less than or equal to 20, then play van. It shouldn't be less than. Well, just hard equals, absolute equals. If objective number absolute equals 20, then enable the van. Otherwise, we're probably loading from previous progression. So then we don't want to enable that object. Oh, thank you so much for the sub, Pika. Hello, welcome. Thank you very much. Appreciate that. I don't know where the infinite loop is coming from, though. Okay, we're just going to have to play through, and because infinite loops will lose everything in the editor, I'm going to reopen Unity, because that way any changes that I've made in the editor... Oh, I also need to link that system, don't I? Hello, Pika. How are you? We are getting the tail end of a storm, which is actually quite nice, because my mum's got the heating too hot, and I've got the window open to let some air in, because it's just so hot. Yeah, I did set it to 20, but I forgot to assign the system. Okay, we're just gonna have to go through and see what the hell's happening. But let's follow the logical progression, right? So we enable the van, then we enter the supermarket. This part is fine. Entering the supermarket triggers next objective, and also triggers the canvas supermarket. This part was fine. In canvas supermarket, we load world spacer, which basically updates the scale and the position on every frame until the scene is over. Then we activate seagulls. I just found the infinite loop. It's here. Okay, it should be if. Yeah, because I put while, so basically what I was doing is on every frame I was running that as a while loop, because I did want to brute force it, but that was brute forcing it into an infinite loop. Okay, I'm going to start closing these scripts because I've got way too many scripts open. That should fix the infinite loop. That should fix the infinite loop. Okay, just going to close all of this, and we'll start a new game. I only got one more month from today before I need to do... Hey, I only got one more month from today before I need to do dollars to stay subbed. Well, yeah, it's monthly, isn't it? What? That's obvious. Obviously, you can say that about any monthly subscription type service, though, right? On the day that you resubscribe or repay or whatever. Oh, I forgot to start a new game. Yeah, but think about it. That's going to be next year. You could look at it. See, that's glass is half empty. What you could say is you've got a whole year before you need to worry about next month's payment. A whole year. It'll be 2025 before you even need to worry about it. It'll be next year before you even need to think about it. That's like, you know, that's a pretty good deal. We know you got plenty of objectives. With objectives, I love Genshin Impact Objective 2 work on my projects and all your other objectives until your last objective, and that's hate Infinite Inigi. I don't hate it, it's just not for me. You're so offended by that, aren't you? No, but objectives, I'm talking about the objectives in this game, my actual objective system. So that would be these things that come up here. This is what I call the objective system. So player objectives. My objective, my only personal objective is to get this game bloody finished at the moment, because it's probably the hardest solid month of work I've ever done. Yeah, it's been quite an intense project. Okay, what is going on with that weird texture LOD though? That I wasn't doing that before. Why does distance textures look like that now? It never used to look like that. Yeah, that's kind of weird. I noticed that in this. I don't know what's going on. Like, look at the road. The road texture didn't look like that before. I don't know what's going on. Only started looking like that recently. Okay, why am I going around in a circle? Probably because I got distracted by the textures. That collider's a little close. I should be able to go a little bit further out than this. Rescue Kason from supermarket. Today, Infinity Nikki. I don't care what you did in Infinity Nikki. I don't want to know what you did with your Barbie dolls. It doesn't interest me in the slightest. I know it seemed like it was going to be a grind to get to the next level, I remember that. Did you get your bike yet? Right, that should be all the front zombies. I got a bike in this game, look. See? No, Infinity Nick has got nothing that I don't have. My game's free. With no microtransactions. No gacha. Did I see Anana's new trailer? Yeah, I reacted to it. Were you not here? Twice? I watched that trailer twice on stream. You haven't been paying attention. Yeah, I think it looks awesome. That looks better than NTE. Much better. I'm more hyped for that. But we'll have to wait and see. You just don't know till these games come out. You've played them a while. The only thing is, can it deliver up to... We talked about this, wasn't it? It was you I was saying. The only thing it needs to do is deliver the quality that is promised in the trailer, because we don't know how much of that is in-game rendered, right? In-engine rendering, if any. So the problem with trailers is they don't always, you know, they're not always going to reflect the game, because they're normally rendered outside of engine. They use like animation studios and professional software and all kinds of stuff, so it's easy for them to make a game look amazing when it's not the actual game. That's why Steam have had all these scams recently where people are selling games that never exist. So it's whether they can deliver what they're promising in engine, that's the thing. Will it be as good as it looks in the trailer? My controller battery is going to run out as well. Right, get in the truck. Yeah, I fixed that bug as well, that's good. It wasn't always going on to the correct objective there. So I hard set it. We're not supposed to see that objective right now. Cannot select the parent of game object shopping cart while activating or deactivating the parent game object canvas supermarket. And it didn't teleport me. Are you kidding me? Why? Oh, this is such a fucking bitch. This is the most awkward part in the entire fucking game for me as a developer. It's been such a bitch. Right, that one I can ignore. It's still not ideal, but it's not. It doesn't break anything. Game object is already being activated or deactivated. What game object? Current dialogue dot game object set active false. Game object is already being activated or deactivated. Cannot set the parent of the game object shopping cart while activating or deactivating the parent game object canvas supermarket. Set the parent of game object shopping cart. Do we change the parent though? Well, yeah, but why is that pointing to that line of code again? They're not both coming from that line of code. This one says disable on disable. Oh, I got another one of those fucking... I hate these Unity bugs where it's not showing me where the actual error's coming from. Disable on disable dot on disable. Line 9 is actually where this error comes from. Game object is already being activated or deactivated, so there should be a disable on disable script that I can remove. Okay, so let's see if we can find the disable on disable script. I think I only made it for that one specific thing as well. Yeah, disable on disable is on the dialogue player 1 at the canvas supermarket. So we can destroy that script. Right, let's just make a little shopping list of what I need to do because I'm running it right now as well. So I need to remove disable on disable from dialogue player 1 on canvas supermarket. Delete this script so we don't use it anywhere else. Cannot set parents of the game object shopping cart while activating or deactivating the parent game object canvas supermarket. Transform set parent. Seagull's line 37. So on enable, Jesus Christ, my window just flew open. I need some irony though. So cart.transform.parent equals cart position. Void on enable. I've never really come across that before. So I guess what I would need to do is change the parent of the cart before the canvas supermarket is fully disabled, I guess. So if I mute that and go onto my Canvas supermarket script, which is world spacer, I wonder if I can do it on disable even though technically the object is still being disabled. Is cart a transform or a game object reference? Cart is a game object reference. Are there any other references to it? Cart position will be a transform reference. Cart position transform reference. So if I I'm gonna have to stop it. Update that. Does that free these variables from this script? No. But it really only had a problem with the set parent part of it anyway, I think. What else did we have in here? They're gone. Great. I can't even read them. That's why I didn't want to stop it, but I had no choice. Okay, I need to go close my window. It just blew open. I need to turn that heating off as well. It's way too hot. Where does it continue from now? So is that even working? What objective number are we on? We're on index reference 22. Didn't I say... We're on save hot dogs. If save hot dogs is 22, 21, 20, 19, it will be 20 after it gets to the next objective. But it, well, this is on 20. $22 was save hot dogs. 21, 20 is drive to next town. If system objectives index reference is the same as objective number, which I set to 20, van enabled equals true. Oh, but I suppose objective number would... Oh, shit. Yeah, I suppose objective number would be 20 as it's in load mode. So I need... Okay, I need an additional thing on there. Is load mode exposed, though? Objectives. Is loading. So we want to say objectives is not loading. Okay, that's why that's still firing. And then just make sure my objectives manager is using that flag correctly. Is loading, right, is loading equals false. So let's see where that gets referenced. Current document is loading. So is loading equals false on next objective. So we have load mode is false, then we don't touch it. If load mode is true, is loading equals true until we iterate through the loops. Yeah, that should fix that. And then when we've iterated through the loops, so now when we run it, that van shouldn't open because we're continuing from a progression save point. My speaker's buzzing. It's gonna be one of those days today. There we go. But why the fuck is it playing this one? It's gonna be a similar thing. What are we looking at? That's a dialogue system that shouldn't be loaded. This is going to be a similar thing that's happening. Rescue Ice Cream Man 2. So one of the objectives is triggering Rescue Ice Cream Man 2. That's an on-trigger enter. Activate on disable. So when this objective gets disabled, so again we need a system reference, and we need to say if system objectives is not loading, so make that a negative, then activate the cutscene. Well, well, it depends whether it's being used for a cutscene or not, but in that instance it is. Oh my god, I so regret doing it this way. I will never ever do it this way ever again. I've learned my lesson. Okay, so now what happens when we continue? Okay, we're in the supermarket. It says kill seagulls for stealing hot dogs. Seagulls is not active. And we've got a null reference exception on line 10 of activate on disable. Oh, wait. Yes. Okay, there's 2 activate on disables. Okay, so I need, because I added a field, it might be better. Okay, in this case, it's better to make this private then, because it's almost like acting like a prefab. And rather than assuming that we're going to publicly link it, we're going to need to say sys equals game object find core. Get components system manager and have it find itself. Because I don't know where else I might need to link that. So now what happens when I continue progression? Okay, we've got no errors. We're at the supermarket. Our interactive for entering the supermarket shouldn't be there at this objective stage. Because we're on objective save hot dogs. The seagulls should be active, they're not. What activates the seagulls? You alright? I think those cleaners set you off sometimes, don't they?
Yeah, no, actually, even though the card one is different.
Wow, there's still chemicals, isn't there?
Yeah.
Let me get a water or something. I can't remember what activates seagulls. Oh, it's when it goes through the canvas, right? So when it goes through the canvas, I need to do something about this. I can't continue this way because this game is like... What I should have done is I should have given my objective manager a list of game objects with a list of indexes, and then when the index of the objective is reached, I know which game objects need to be activated and which ones need to be not activated. But it's not even as straightforward as that, because some of those dialogue scenes, like, yeah, they do want to be activated if the player hasn't experienced them yet. So as the player's progressing through the game, they want to be activated in linear order. But if we're restoring from a save position, then the player's already seen them, so we don't want to force them to watch all the fucking cutscenes again. So we also need so even that is more nuanced than that, where there has to be like two modes. There has to be like the display mode and the non-display mode, but then they probably still need to be activated. And this is why this problem's been getting incrementally worse, because those dialogue game objects will activate scripts and do things that need to be done, such as activating seagulls now. Now I need a way for the progression system, when loading from a continuous save, to activate these seagulls. I have no way of doing it. And no matter what kind of solution I can think of, like, to get me out of this mess, there isn't really a solution. Because essentially I could basically make like a database of transform positions, transform Euler angles, game object states, whether they're active or false, component states, whether they're enabled or disabled, values and integers that are set in fields, right, and all this other garbage. But the problem is I don't even know what things, which, because everything's such a unique instance of a game object. I don't even have like a set method of doing that, because like which game objects am I including in this database? It's going to be changing constantly. Oh my god, again, every day. And then I thought, well, like, what if, like, could I have some kind of in-game log that kind of keeps track of all the state changes, logs them to a file, so that I can kind of try to repeat that behavior and then try to categorize the behavior that wants to be included in the load state and then wants to be excluded from the load state. But even that isn't straightforward because we have so many methods to activate and deactivate game objects and change transform positions. It should have all gone through a central system. The issue with this project is it wasn't originally going to have a save progression, and I kind of tacked it on, and boy do I regret it. This is why I always think it's hilarious when players say, oh, why don't they just add multiplayer or something like that? Like, why don't they just make Genshin Impact characters say things in the middle of battle to each other or whatever? And it's like, you have no idea how any of this works. Like, you have no idea how hard it is to get into an existing game that's already got its systems wired up so tightly and then try and change one thing. Like, it's not that easy. I do feel like this problem needs to be addressed though, because I'm constantly just patching. And there's going to be stuff that I'm missing. There's always going to be these weird little nuances where things get screwy and things get weird and things don't work the way I expect to, and unforeseen circumstances and all this other bollocks. Essentially, if I wanted to solve this problem correctly, first, I need to identify the problem clearly. And that's pretty obvious. The problem is we have two game modes. We have linear play mode, which the player goes from 0 to 1 to 2 to 3, etc. Right? And that's easy. That's how this game was built. Linear play mode. But we also have load progression mode, where we have to take the player, let's say from 0 to 5. But the problem is the way this game is set up, and I will never ever make a game like this again because I see the downfall now. I've never made a game like this before, like in this way, and I thought I was clever for doing it this way. And it is kind of clever, but only if you don't have a progression system, which I then added on later. So the problem is 0 might be composed of 0A, 0B, 0C, and 0B might do something. So then when you jump from 0 to 1, you don't execute this code. So you go from 0 to 1, and then you miss this code, and then things can be not lined up. So the problem is that the subcode is not executed on every single like child instance of an object. And this results in, so what are the results of this? So the results of this is the things that we do in these subcodes, which is game object, active states, component active states, transform positions, Euler rotations, sometimes even scale now. Some of these things aren't correct when we get to the position that we need to be in. That's exactly what we're seeing right now. That's why this is happening. Now I've already half tried to patch some of these problems. So in this one, and this one, I thought that the only thing that really matters is the NPCs, because for a while that was true. The only thing that really matters is the NPC there to interact with. So I made a system and I added onto the cloud save data. I made a save pair on the cloud save data that took NPC positions and rotations, and every time they change, they are updated and saved into a save pair. So the save pair goes to Unity Cloud save. And so now my load mode takes the Unity Cloud save data of each and every NPC's position and rotation and tries to ensure that they are in the last place they were last seen when it was last updated. And that did help a little bit. But it's not just NPCs. And like I say, right, if we went the database route, what game objects would we even be including in these other fields? And then you could end up with dozens and dozens of save pairs. It's just not, it just doesn't really make sense. So there are two ways to solve this problem. We either reroute all state changes through a central system. This would be very hard to do at this stage. So we'd have to change the way this entire game works now. And instead of it working on these subcode levels on each child game object, we reroute everything through, like, so let's say the system manager or system objective manager. And then we give this thing like a database and a state tracker. And then every subcode would then speak to this. Every subcode would then say, oi, objective system, I need to reach this state. I need to move this game object. I need to enable this object. I need to enable this object. I need to rescale this. And every time this thing does something, it keeps track of it and adds it to the save pairs in the Unity Cloud so that when we load from progression, we don't miss anything. That is very difficult to do. That is how I would do this if I was starting the game from scratch today, 100%. But at this point, that is a nightmare. A nightmare. Imagine you've got like 16 balls of spaghetti all tangled together. It's like it would mean unraveling every single piece of spaghetti and then putting it in a different position, and then make it. But all the spaghetti pieces have to be connected to other spaghetti pieces, and they all have to be in the right order. It would be like a nightmare, right? That's basically what that would be. Another way to solve the problem is we could ensure that all subcode is ran when progression states are loaded. So essentially what we'd be doing is we would be forcing the game to speed run itself up to the point where the player's progression was last saved. Now this is probably the way I'm going to solve this problem. This is probably the easiest way to do it. I already somewhat do that now. So if we look at my progression, my objective system, because at first I thought this was the solution, because this is the solution. But again, the problem is I was forgetting that I have code running on lots of different things. So my objective system already does this. So basically, if we're loading a progression save, right, what we do is we iterate through the progression index reference, which is what index reference is, and we iterate through every single objective and we activate it and we let it run its code. The reason this isn't an all-in-one solution to my game is, like an idiot, it's not really an idiot, like I have to like time things out. But yeah, basically, sometimes code runs on the dialogue system, sometimes code runs on like an NPC, sometimes code runs on a zombie tracker, sometimes code runs on a very specific an object like this, like Seagulls, and it has its own script. So there's no like, there is no one size fits all system on how we get from point A to B, because this game's kind of cobbled together in a very linear way, and it just doesn't work with the progression system. And I thought about this problem back when I did this, right? And I was like, well, we're still missing some of the subcode, because I'd have to run through all the dialogues and all of the other things. And the problem is the dialogue system is it's, again, we can't force the player to watch the cutscenes they've already played through, because that would be horrendous. So like the main problem with this is the dialogue system would need a way to run its code without delivering dialogue scenes. Now that's not that hard to do. We can do that. But I worry that it's also not just the dialogue system. Because, oh yeah, no, that's not even the worst part of it. There are also interactives. How the hell do I do that? Interactives, which are waiting for player interactions, hence their name, would need a way to run their code without being interacted with. That's the trickiest one, because at the end of the day they can't. So to solve this problem, the dialogue system can do that easily, because we can just basically give it like a fast forward invisible mode and it'll just run through its code and just not deliver its dialogue scenes. That's fine. So that part's not that bad. This is the hard part, because the interactive components don't get a chance to run their code until the player interacts with them, because that's how they've been set up. That's the whole point of them. So instead, I would either have to give interactives a way to sort of be remotely triggered. That's how it would have to work. So interactives would need to be remotely triggerable and also silent. But then I also would need a system that tracks all of the interactives so that it knows how to grab them and where they all are, so that it can remotely trigger each interactive that it needs to trigger. This would be a nightmare. I suppose the first thing I would need to do is I would need to start categorizing these objectives. Because let's just analyze our objectives and see what they are. Because some of them are... that might not be that hard to do, actually, because an objective that's waiting for an interactable could be marked as an objective that's waiting for an interactable. And I could even assign... in fact, it probably already has the interactable assigned, thinking about it. Not all of them. Because, again, sometimes interactives are enabled from elsewhere, and that's the problem, right? If it was that simple, I would have fixed it by now. Right, so our first objective is a trigger objective. So let's categorize our objectives. What type of objectives do we have? So we have what I called the reach trigger objective, which the player needs to enter a certain place. Player needs to be somewhere, basically. and then that automatically triggers. The things that are, what I'll do is I'll put a, I don't really have a tick. Well, we'll do it the Japanese where a circle is a tick in Japanese. So we'll do a circle as a tick. And we'll do a cross as a cross to say that it doesn't. If it already has, if it's already progression save system continuing friendly, we'll give it a circle. If it's problematic right now with the progression system, we'll give it an X. So the reach triggers are actually fine because what happens when I reach a trigger is it triggers the next objective, and we can do that with our objective manager, and we do that anyway while iterating through a loop. So that one's not a problem. The next one we have is the interactive. Speak with BFF. It's waiting for the player interaction, and this is a cross. This is my big burden right now. So these are interactive objectives. Player needs to interact to start interaction. This is the one, this is the biggest problem, right? That's an interactable as well. But that, and then interactables will often trigger dialogue scenes. So then it's not really an objective, but it's something that can run code, that can run subcode, that isn't running when we continue from a previous save state. So I need to, it's not really objectives. I should probably just say systems, to be honest. So that would be dialogues. And then there are kill system objectives. Kill or collect, I guess. They kind of use tracker systems. So player needs to empty tracker system by either killing zombies, killing seagulls, picking up hot dogs, various things like that. That's also not progression friendly. So even if I added a silent fast forward mode for the dialogue system, I still need a way to remotely trigger interactables so that they can run their subcode. And then I need a way to fast track through the tracker system so that they can all run their subcode. This is such a mess. Oh, I really wish I hadn't done it this way. Well, originally I thought I could do everything through the objective system, but not really. My mouth's dry. I don't know though. Maybe I'm looking at this backwards because, like, really, what does the subcode do? Like I say, the subcode only does a number of things. It's either activating objects, deactivating objects, or components, and moving things around for the most part. Plus, if I really think about it, at the moment the game has 24 different objective states it can be in. That's probably going to be at about 38 to 40 by the time it's done. So it's not... Does it really warrant that level of... like specificity, you know? As long as we can restore states at any of the problematic 38 to 40 points, would it not just be better just to patch in a solution at this point? I don't know, that's such a pain in the ass. Because I also just moved... Where the fuck is my set? There it is. I also just moved the cart because of those errors I was getting. where the cart was being moved, it didn't like the fact that something was being activated or deactivated at the same time on the same frame. So I had to move it so that it happened before, at the, like as the, and this is the other problem. Why the fuck doesn't it know what scene I'm in? Did I got to save ours? Maybe I want to save ours. So even because that's the thing, right? Like, how do I fix this position right now? If this game was live right now, and this was somebody's saved game, I'd have a nightmare fixing this for them, because I'd have to have another set of code that not only enables seagulls, it would need to move the cart. Which happens at the end of the cutscene without playing the cutscene. Not only that, it's even more complicated than that, right? Because oh no, that's the next stage. Yeah, the next stage. The next stage, as the player kills seagulls, I transform parent them onto the pickup hot dog system so that we can track how many hot dogs are being collected by the player. How the fuck do I repeat something like that? Right, I think I'm actually going to close that window now. It's actually getting kind of cold. I heard about this thing on a YouTube video once. And I think it's one of those things where if you don't use it right, it could be detrimental. But then again, we're already in a detrimental position. But I think you can sort of save states or something like that. Let's just see exactly what that is and how it works. Yeah, if you're going to tell me I need to manually fucking set every single game object in the fucking scene, You're out of your mind. This needs to be some automated thing. So it's saying there's a type of scene object state. I'm guessing scene object state is going to be a custom save scene state, restore scene state. Yeah, but how the fuck are you going to find all the game objects? The downside of something as aggressive as this is if the player ever finds himself in a fucking game broken state, then they're going to be in a game broken state forever. They're never going to get out of it. So if you're using something like this, you've got to make damn sure that you don't let the player get into a fucking game broken state. Like falling off a map or something. But then also, like, where do I put this data? How do I serialize this data? Save the data, system IO, save scene state, string file path, list scene object state. Although there is, yeah, to be fair, there is a player data. Yeah, there is a player data file system thing. I've never used it. But you can give players like a player fucking save area or whatever to save weird ass shit like this. So it should be technically possible. Alright, let's fuck with it. Why not? Let's just see what happens. Because I need some fucking solution. This seems a bit like, I don't know. Well, to be fair, this seems like the perfect solution for the predicament that I've got myself in, to be completely honest. But I wouldn't recommend doing it this way from scratch if you're doing something from scratch, because like there's so many ways this could go wrong. But I'm already kind of in a fucking pickle as it is, so... Right, we'll call it... Scene... Scene states. So it looks like we need... a scene state manager, a save scene state, and a restore scene state. So we can put our scene state manager on here, and then we'll do a save and a restore. Okay. Let's also make a new folder or something. I've been considering this for a while, but it's like, is it really that bad? Maybe it is. I've always been curious as well. Like, how quick is it? How efficient is it? How accurate is it? Like, okay, let's take a look. So in core, we'll do scene state. I don't know. I'll just make a folder called states. Right, so what scripts do we need? We need 4 scripts, I think. So we've got a system serializable. Wait. Scene object state. What is this? Create a class or set of classes to represent the state of each object, including its transform, parent-child relationships, active states, and relevant components. Capture the state of the scene. So this is our scene state manager. Okay. And then if this works, I will need to replace my key pair system with like player data saved in the cloud and then load the player data from the cloud and do it that way instead. Which I've always been curious about. So this would need the scene state manager bullshit script. So this would be my scene state manager script. Then I want my save script. Wait, I didn't actually put the code in there, did I? So it doesn't know what component state is, but that's probably going to be a custom class, I would think. Can we just add that to this script? Yeah. I mean, these are all just functions anyway, so really I only need one script, it seems. And we just do public functions within this script. There's no way it's this easy. There's no way it's this easy. I bet it fucking is. It's always the things that seem really insane and really hard that are like fucking super easy, and then the things that should be super easy are always a massive pain in the dick. That's how it always goes. So I'm going to put it above here so that my system serializable lands with my other system serializables. And now I have one script to rule them all! And now I feel silly for making a folder for it, but whatever. And I don't even need these. So I just... So what do I do? So I'm going to make this so that it has a public bool which says save state and a public bool which says restore state. Where's it saving this shit, by the way? And then we'll need a void update if... Fuck off. If save state, then save state equals false. So we don't do it on every frame. And then save scene state. is why doesn't it like that? Oh, we give it a file path and a list. Wait, what? A list of scene object state. Scene state. How the fuck do we do that? So my file path can be test save dot dat, and then that says tets. And then how do I give it a list of scene object states? What the fuck is that? Public list scene object state capture scene state. What? What even is that? Because I don't see. Is it system serializable or whatever the fuck? Is that why I can't see it in the inspector? So I have a function called capture scene state. Okay, I see. So what I would actually need to do. Okay, I see. I see what I need to do. So what I actually need to do, let me just put these on separate lines. I need to declare a list. Right, so I need to say I want a list of, what was it? Scene object. What the fuck is the name of this thing? Save scene state. A list of scene object states, right? So we need a list of scene object states, which we'll call states, equals a new list of scene, no, actually equals capture scene state. And then that will return that list to that component, to that variable. And it's not a new, we don't construct it. Then I call save scene state and give it states. And then similar, I think it's probably similar on if restore state. So restore state is going to be restore state equals false. So we don't do it on every frame. And then we don't capture scene state when restoring, right? So what does restore need? So now we're looking for, is it, did he call it restore? Did he call it, yeah, restore scene state takes the string of a file path, that's all it wants. That's easy. Alright, I'm fucking ready. We could put the file name in a public. Yeah, it's fine for now. Alright, I'm game. I'm game. So let's load our problematic scene, right? So let's imagine Peak has been on the phone to customer support and said, it's telling me to kill seagulls, and there's no seagulls. I can't finish the game. And so we have a look at his game, and this is the mess he's managed to get himself in. It's totally my fault. So in order to fix this for him, I would need to activate the previous cutscene so that the cart gets updated. The cutscene plays, but he's already seen all this, well, we assume. Now it's telling me to chop trees. Why the fuck is it? Because it was on the right objective, that's why. Even that hasn't fixed it. That's fucked everything up. And we've lost our objective. But at least we've got the seagulls. And why am I all the way over here? Yeah, there are too many bugs right now. I don't even know if we can get to this point. I was at the... This is the craziest part. The craziest part is I was at the supermarket before I ran that cutscene. And now I'm all the way out in the middle of fucking East Bumblefuck. What? How did I get over here? Something's clearly wrong. So player position is at the supermarket. This is where I should be. I really don't know why. I need to get rid of this error as well. We're still getting some of these other errors. That's probably why. But this error's been bugging me for a while because this should only happen if the collider, the NPC collider, compares tag zombie to tag zombie. Do these gulls do not have the zombie tag? Oh, they do? Oh, no wonder I'm getting that error. Okay, I can fix that error at long last. Oh, I didn't realize. I thought I checked that, but I guess I think I was looking at layer instead of tag thingy. Okay. All right, we can finally fix that bug. Okay, so all I need to do is grab all the colliders of all the seagulls. Oh, I can finally get rid of that console flooding error I've been seeing. Just put it on untagged. That should be fine. Okay, that'll make that error go away. So it's saying chop some trees. This is not correct. Accept. I don't know what I'm accepting. We have the right to break into your home whenever we feel like it and sniff your sheets. Let's try. What objective do we actually want to be on? What objective are we on now? 24. So we want to be one less, don't we, I think? Just 23 should do it. I'm going to miss this key pair system, though. It was nice and simple. Shame it doesn't work. I mean, it does work. It's just that the game's too advanced. That's why the game's too advanced. You see, it needs a more complicated system because the game's just too advanced. It's too ahead of its time. Why are we on chop some fucking trees still? Why? Why? game. Why? Why did you... Probably because it's triggering a next objective somewhere. Alright, let's try 22. See what that gives us. This is doing my freaking head in this. Right, kill seagulls for stealing hot dogs. Okay, so let's see if this works. We're on the correct objective. I mean, it would be playable if we just enabled seagulls, but this should do it all for us, right? If we just activate the supermarket cutscene, I think it should put us on the correct... Now it's gone to chop fucking trees. It's skipped over one. Also, we're not supposed to see the objective during this cutscene. I remember turning this off. But the first issue, the first error we've got, why is that? Fuck off. Let me pause it. The first error we've got, we still have this game object is already being activated or deactivated. Oh, I forgot to remove the disable on disable, that's why. Yeah. I made a note on my notepad to do that, and then I kind of got sidetracked. I can't remember where I put it. Was it on the interactive? This is such a complete shit show. I've got to sort this out for my next project. This is unbearable. Right, okay. Disable on disable. Show me where the script is. We're going to delete that script because we don't need it. And it was a stupid idea. Let's remove that component. Let's delete the script. Okay. Let's set UGS back to Objective 22. And then run it again and see what we get. Why does it say chop some trees? Why? 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 What's my value? 24. I said 22, you little bitch. Put it to 22 now. Do it. Alright, let's see. Right, kill seagulls for stealing hot dogs. Yeah, the problem is though, if we run... Oh, excuse me. If we run the canvas... So then wouldn't we want to be on 21? In order to get the trolley to where we need it to be, we need to go through canvas. I mean, I could just manually set it, I guess. What happens if I activate seagulls now? I think the trolley won't be there. Yeah, the trolley's not there, but I am. I'm finally in the right place. Oh my god, something actually worked. Something actually worked, but now they're stealing they're trying to steal hot dogs from a trolley that's not there. Unassigned reference Cat dog set active to false. Well, that shouldn't happen. Oh, yeah, that does happen when they are grabbing hot dogs. So this is the cat dog. Wait, what? Each seagull should have a cat dog. Cat dog. Gull 15, cat dog. Gull 14, cat dog. 13, cat dog. 12, cat dog. 11, cat dog. 10, cat dog. 9, cat dog. 8, cat dog. 7, cat dog. 6, cat dog. 5, cat dog. 4, cat dog. 3, cat dog. 2, cat dog. 1, cat dog. What the fuck are you talking about? No reference exception. The variable of cat dog of seagull has not been assigned. You're lying. You're lying! Why are you lying? You are actually lying to me right now. I just manually checked every single seagull, and they have a cat dog assigned. Is it because it's inactive? See, this is where we have to go through Cart Supermarket. Because Cart Supermarket needs to activate the shopping cart in the cutscene, and then when the cutscene finishes, it moves the transform of Cart Dog and the position and the rotation and scale of Cart Dog, and then we'll enable all of the Cart Dog dogs, hot dogs. So I think we need to start from 21 and then go through the cutscene. All I'm trying to do right now is get the game into a playable state so that I can try the new save and load system to see if it's going to solve our problem. At the moment, I'm struggling to even do that, but that shows what a massive problem this is for my game. That shows what a huge problem this actually is. Right, it's telling me to enter the supermarket. So if we enter the supermarket, all should be right? I won't hold my breath. But then I bet we've got another issue. I bet the van's not here. And there's another issue. If the van's not here, how do we get back? I mean, we could walk, but like that's not the way it's supposed to be, right? You see what I mean? So like there's just so many problems. The van's not here because we didn't go in the van. Also, what is causing that weird fucking texture thing? I did save... Oh my god, I'm getting run over. I did change something in project settings last night and I think it might have fucked everything up. I was just trying to sort of optimize it a little bit, but I think I fucked something up. What did I change? These are now forward. I changed this because I thought, well, anisotropic, I don't even know what that is, and I probably don't need it, so I turned it off. But since turning it off, I feel like the roads look like shit now. Let's try reloading it. I could have just started a new game and gotten to it, but from there at this point, honestly, whatever. Yeah. So even if like if this was like a me trying to fix somebody's broken ass game, I would just tell them to start a new game. I'd be like, fuck off, start a new game, you dickhead. Yeah, but even if I manage to get them to this point now where they can enter the supermarket so that the cutscene plays and they can sort of get back to roughly where they were, the van wouldn't be there. So this shows that I do need a more aggressive solution. Where's the fucking door? Right, it's around here. I must have gone like the longest way around to the door. Do the roads look better now? No. What the fuck is causing that then? Did they always look like that? I swear they didn't always look like that. It's just the middle of the road, right? You can see where like the lines start to like blur. There's like a certain point at a certain distance. It looks better than it did, I think, but it still doesn't look right to me. Whatever. I think I just need to start a new game and then we can test our system. But then the whole point here is we want to try and test things, right? So let's say I bring the van over to the player by enabling player van and driving it here for them. Then I think we've pretty much restored the game to where it's supposed to be. That is if I don't die of old age by the time. There we go. Now at least the van's over here. There you go. This would put them in a pretty decent spot. They'd have the van there. Entering the supermarket should trigger everything that needs to be triggered. Alright, let's test our system. Where is it? Didn't I add a fucking save system on here? I literally can't find it. Am I going out of my mind? I think I am. Scene state manager. Shut up. This is why I don't like big long ass fucking names for things, right? Scene state, where is that? Oh, it's on scenes? I didn't mean to put it there. It doesn't really matter, I guess. Right, okay, let's save this. Let's save the state. See if it works. Haha! Argument exception. JSON utility .2JSON does not support engine types. Alright, let's see what it says about that. This error occurs because Unity's JSON utility does not support serializing engine types like transform and game object, or other non-serializable Unity objects. To resolve this issue, you need to extract only the data you want from the components and serialize that instead of attempting to serialize the entire Unity engine object. Who did this? Me? Who wrote the code? Bitch. Not me. Let me fucking gaslight me, little bitch. What a little bitch. Now I have to restart the game, don't I, you little fuck? What a little shit. I'm going to move this onto core. I'll put it at the top. What am I replacing? Capture components. Is that even a thing? Yeah. You little bitch. You funky little bitch. I swear to God, if this loads the wrong part of the game, I'm going to be so mad at you, Jibbity. Okay, yeah, we're fine. So basically, as long as I drive the van here... Oh, you know what's hilarious? I'm already at the front of the supermarket. So you know when I was walking all the way around to the front of the supermarket, I was already at the front of the supermarket. I thought it was taking a long time. I was like, wait, why is the front of the supermarket so far away? How many corners are there? I was already there. I did a full 360 degrees around the supermarket for no reason. We're not going to talk about it. Alright. Let's drive the van here. Why is my... Okay. Yeah, no, I think that forced on anti-stropic fucking textures or whatever the fuck. I think it definitely makes it look better. I don't think it would have much difference. Okay, so I would say this is a good scene state to be in. Alright, let's try it. I swear to God if this gives me another error. Yeah, it makes the game freeze for quite a while. Yeah, I can't have the game freeze like that every time they complete an objective. You see how long that froze for? This is what I thought would happen. That's untenable, that. But maybe I can have it. Maybe I can talk to it and say, look, talk to it. Dear Jeopardy, my game freezes when you save all of that information. I don't think you realise how complicated my game really is. Can you not do it in a coroutine? So that the game... There's nothing even in there! It froze like a little bitch, and then test data is fucking empty. What the hell? My game froze when saving states. My game froze for about 1.5 seconds and saved this. Wait, there was more here. Serialized custom component. What the fuck is this serialized custom component? Because it's not being called anywhere. Oh my god, Jibbity. I hate you, Jibbity. View hierarchy traversal. Ensure all game objects, including child objects, are being captured. Debugging hierarchy paths. Log each object's path in capture game object state. This is such a crocker shit. Jibbity, just admit that you have no idea what you're doing. But even if it works, we can't have the game freeze like that for like 1.5 seconds. So I'm still gonna need a way to like put it on to a separate thread or something. Yeah, it freezes. This time for several seconds. Oh, we do get shit in capturing root object tools. Let's have a look. What the fuck? So I get all objects in debug after several seconds of freezing. Total objects captured 27716. However, my save file still only has if the debug output confirms that all the objects are captured, but the save file still contains nothing, it suggests that the issue lies in serializing the data in a JSON. No shit. Here's how to resolve it. Yeah, right. I believe you know how to resolve it. The issue might be with how the scene state is serialized. Ensure that you are serializing a properly structured object. Instead of wrapping scene state in an anonymous object, use a dedicated container class. Scene state serializer. Did I already have a scene state container? We didn't, did we? So why doesn't it like that? Oh, it's saying it already contains a scene state container. Where? Oh, yeah. Isn't that the exact same thing it already was? I don't see a change. It's exactly the same code that it already is. That hasn't changed at all. What the hell are you talking about, Jibbity? Update the save method to use this container. I thought we were already doing that. Apparently not. I mean, I could optimize this by excluding a lot of bullshit that we don't care about, right? If I know I don't care about, like, for example, my keyboard and mouse shortcuts, of which there's like hundreds of those, I don't care about those. I'll do like a list of exclude this, you know, tree of objects, so that we're not saving as much garbage. We don't need that much data. Then I would also need to push it out to a different thread or something so that it can not freeze the game while it does it. But at the moment I can't even get the thing to fucking save anything. But I am curious about this because it's an interesting technique to learn, I guess. But at the moment it ain't fucking working. Hey, finally. Yeah, oh, that'll be fun. So how big is that file? 624,000 lines. 203 lines. How big is that save file? That's fucking insane. 22.9 megabyte save file. That is so fucking ridiculous. But if it works, then yeah, I guess I can give it a bunch of trees to ignore, for one thing. And then if we can push it out to a separate thread, then so I need to let it load from the incorrect state, which my current system does, because it leaves the van behind. And now let's try loading that save state and see if everything... See if the van appears. It's a very convenient... Yeah, we'll load a 23 megabyte file to make the van appear there. Oh, this is great. Wow. I can't wait. No! You fuck out. Alright, let's see if it works. Okay, I mean, we get a lot of we get a lot of problems. The van did appear though. After going through 23 megabytes of data. But we're also getting a lot of like missing reference exception. The variable tiles of spawn road doesn't exist anymore. You probably need to reassign the tiles variable of the spawn road script in the inspector. Well, why the hell? Why the hell is it trying to run spawn road anyway? That was a tool I used to make the road. It shouldn't even be running. Oh, interesting. I didn't realize they were still on. Oh no, spawn road is the actual road. Yeah, now the road's not there because spawn road is the road, but the script shouldn't be on. Yeah, okay, that's what it is. So the spawn road object needs to be on, but the script can be off. Okay, I didn't realize I'd left that script on. Yeah, that was a function that made the road for me, basically. So I probably had 2 copies of both roads, which would have probably been affecting performance a little bit. Okay, I'm glad I discovered that. Yeah, okay, well, now that I've fixed that though, it should, I think it'll work. If it works with no errors, then that's actually pretty cool. Then I just need to let it have a list of like, ignore these objects, ignore those objects, and then push it out to like a separate thread so it doesn't... Oh shit, I didn't mean to turn the... Ah, you fucking idiot! I just made a... I turned the wrong fucking script on. Oh, you fucking dipshit. Okay, I'm an idiot. Hurry up. Hurry up. Hurry up. Right, our van should show up. So go to scene states, load our state. about to get ran over. The van should appear. And no errors? Wait, what's this though? It... Oh yeah, wait, it fucked something up. Wait, look at that, it fucked all kinds of stuff up. It fucked this road up, and now it fucked the colliders up. I'm sank. What the fuck? How did it manage to fuck all that up? The cars are floating. What the hell? The cars are floating. Like, yeah, the van is here, but our steps are fucked. The cars are floating. The collider's gone for the supermarket, or it's like moved up or something. Well, that doesn't make any sense. I don't know if it fucked things over back in town, but like it's fucked some shit up there. Why would it mess this up though? That's weird. So this doesn't look like it's going to be a good solution after all. I was quite happy with it when I thought it was going to fix my problem. But yeah, as always, you know, you fix one problem, you make a million other problems. This is fucking ridiculous. I so fucking regret making the game this way now. Like, I don't understand why does it mess up the colliders and everything though? It's so weird. What if I stand down here and do it? Like, I can't see how that would make any difference. Restore state. Yeah, like what is it? Why does it? What is it doing to the road? And then it also does something weird with these steps. These are probably... Those are probably the colliders for the steps, but they should... They're mesh components. So there may be some things about the components that it's not saving. So let's take a look. I don't know, there'll be some like supermarket floor or something. I mean, that one there, right? Cube. That's the ramp. Right, so the mesh renderer, but it's called Cube. All right, let's do something then, because we know it messes this up, right? Let's call this S Market Stairs Collider, just so we can find it easily in our save data. All right, let's delete our 23 megabyte save file. Let's do all this again. So I'm going to bring the van over. I want to see what data it's saving about that object and see if we can figure out why it's not restoring it in the correct state. So this is my game, just being my game. Then I want to grab the van and drive it over. Right, now I'm going to make my save file. Now let's inspect the save file and look specifically for S Market Stairs Collider. There it is. So we're recording its path, whether it's active or not, its position, its rotation, its scale, its components, which it says it's got none. What's weird though, yeah, what's weird actually is the mesh renderer is turned on. Oh, that's not what I thought. Oh, it's not. That's the road. Okay, that's actually supermarket floor, I guess. Supermarket to floor collider. Right, I was looking at the wrong thing. But yeah, I noticed, okay, one thing it's not doing is it's not recording whether the mesh renderer is enabled or not. Which is probably why it's not working. Okay, so where are the, okay, these are the steps, right? So the steps, no, this is the step. Okay, this is the supermarket stairs collider. So supermarket to stairs collider. And the mesh renderer was being turned on. But the other weird thing about that is it was also changing the material on the mesh, right? So not only was it turning the mesh collider on, the material wasn't correct. Okay, let's see if we can get that added then. Okay, it's working now. However, I need to include mesh renderer state enabled disabled and its assigned material. How can I add that? To include mesh renderer state enabled disabled and its assigned materials in your save system, you need to extend the capture components. So we want to add a serializable mesh render state. And then update capture components. Right, I'm also going to add a using system collections, and I'm going to add a public list of transforms, which I'm going to say ignore I'd also like to ignore any objects under the ignore list I have added. This includes children, all children of anything assigned. How can I do that? Oh wait, was there more stuff here? Modify restore components, yeah. Find material by name. Yeah, we're definitely getting that storm. The tail end of it. Wait, was that not restore components that I just replaced? Oh, that was restore scene state. Where's restore components? There we go. This is turning into quite a nice tool, actually. Add an ignore check method. Create a helper method to check if a game object or any of its parents is in the ignore list. Private bool is ignored. Put this above my system serializables. Update capture game object state. Capture game object state. Update capture scene state. Yeah, I'm going to assign them in the inspector, mate. You alright, mate? I'll put it in the inspector, mate. Don't tell me how to do it. So, like, tools can go in there, for example. There's quite a lot that can go in, actually. So I don't care about anything in tools, right? They're my tools. Yeah, I should probably keep core in there. Main camera, all those are good. Player. Should be fine. Canvases I should probably include. Yeah, but in core we've got control schemes. Yeah, control prompts. Control prompts can go in there. Probably scene states, to be fair. Probably everything else, though, should be included, I would think. Yeah, but tools, control prompts, and scene states can certainly be ignored. And, like, characters aren't going to change. That's like a database thing. Cloud could be excluded. Don't know though, should it be? Might want to leave that in actually. Traffic's hard set, like that never changes really. I can ignore traffic. And like UI event system. And to be fair, do I really want anything in city model? Because that's got a lot of shit in it. I don't think I actually change anything there, do I? Pretty sure I don't. That would really reduce it. City model. Even stuff like, it's got a zombie tracker on it. I'll probably leave that in then. And like Spawn Road and Spawn Road 2 don't really need to be included. Probably even Supermarket 2 Sketchfab model, I would think. I've got Spawn Road. Where's Spawn Road 2? Should be Spawn Road 2. Where the fuck is Spawn Road 2? Or is it, did I put it as a child of Spawn Road? Yeah, it's Spawn Road, open brackets 1, and it's a child of Spawn Road, so that's fine. Yeah, I think those could be ignored. So if I delete the save file, let's test it now. So I had a lot of changes, including tracking materials and mesh renderer states. Where's my save file? And see how much smaller it is. So at the moment it's we'll actually just call this, I don't know, backup or whatever, so we can see the old one. So the old one was 22.7 megabytes, which is ridiculous. You see how big this one is? Now we ignore a lot of that shit. I suppose the trick with this, right, is just to make sure. So what I should probably have done is had like, I should have created an object at the scene hierarchy that was like track state, or even better, like if I'd have known this, if I'd have had this system going from the very beginning. Two ways you could do it. Either make like a parent object and move everything to that parent object, but that can get tricky, especially when things belong to certain things. Not always good to reparent things. But I could have reparented everything so it was like, okay, track these objects and then don't track anything else, and then just add the track these objects to like this thing, or just manually add them in, right? Like every time I change the state of something, oh, this van moves, Oh, this NPC moves. I mean, NPC should be in there anyway by default. Oh yeah, because I excluded characters, but really we want to include characters, don't we? Well, characters, I think, is the database. I need to be careful, actually. Is that where the models are as well, though? Where's characters? If the models are on here, yeah, the models are on here. It's characters root I can ignore, but I need to track the models because that has their positions on it. So it's only characters root we can actually ignore. Alright, that's fine. Which won't really add up to much anyway, but I suppose the more I can exclude from this list, the smaller the save file and the quicker it'll be, and you know. Alright, so if I continue my save game as normal, yeah, it's the usual situation. The van's missing, it should be up here. So we can force the van to come over here. If I can remember where the hell it is. There it is. Yeah, I also don't know why, when I activate the script now, why is it like, why am I losing 1,000,000 frames? Oh, did I leave that? Oh, you motherfucker. Well, it's fine. We'll just turn it off. Oh, this is kind of annoying though. But yeah, okay, we'll just turn it off. I left the fucking mesh renderer. I left the mesh renderer on... Oh, where is it? Supermarket 2's stairs ramp thing. There. That should be off. Alright, but there you go. Like, if we save the scene state now... It still takes a month. Okay, how big's our save file now? Compared to before? Alright, it's like half the size it was. That's better. 12.5 megabytes is still kind of fucking insane. Way more data than we need. But, I mean, yeah, it makes sure that we get back to, but I still don't know why I might need to record collider states on and off or something, I don't know. That still doesn't explain, so that explains why the stairs look like they did, right? Speaking of which, I need to make sure they're off. The collider's off. Let me just do that now. Not the collider, the freaking renderer. Alright. But that still doesn't explain why the supermarket floor was missing its collider or switched off or whatever the fuck was happening there. So even if the materials are being assigned correctly now, am I gonna fall through the floor again like I did last time? There's only one way to find out, I guess. But also, I'm not sure why that would be happening. We'll give it a go. Restore states. Oh! Okay, we're on the floor. The road's fine. Yeah, I think maybe it was like a material issue. Yeah, that's actually... It looks perfect, as far as I can tell. The van's here. I mean, it's kind of insane that we're reading a 12 megabyte file just to put a fucking van there. But this would probably solve the problem. And then now I don't ever need to worry about fucking, you know, is the player going to be in a weird Is the game scene going to be in a weird state where an NPC's missing, or the van's missing, or the trolley's missing, or whatever, right? Something's supposed to be here and it's not. That kind of solves that problem. So my biggest issue now is whenever I want to save and update the scene. So let's just make a backup. Yeah, so that save data seems to work fine. I'm just going to make a backup of that one. I mean, probably don't need to, but whatever. I'll make a backup of it. So now if I want to update the player save, my biggest issue is that the game freezes for like a fucking second or whatever. So I need a way to do all this without making the game freeze. So it all needs to be like in a core routine or something. Because if I quickly update the player right now, it's almost 5 seconds, like 4.5 seconds. Yeah. Okay. Right, I managed to get the objects down to 13,573. But the game freezes for about 4.5 seconds each time I want to save progress this way. Can the script be executed in the background so the game can continue running seamlessly? I managed to get the objects down to 13,573, but the game freezes for about 4.5 seconds each time I want to save progress this way. Can this script be executed in the background so the game can continue running seamlessly? Yes, you can move the save operation to run in the background to prevent the game from freezing. In Unity, you can achieve this using core routines or async and await. Here's how to implement both approaches. I don't want both approaches, I only want one. Option 1, use core routines. Capture scene state. Yeah, it doesn't matter when we're loading scene state because we'll do that at the start of the game anyway. Okay, so we can... It's probably better to use async, I would think. And now we say save progress async. So hang on, let's make sure I did this right. So it said to update capture scene state, which I think I did, to then capture scene state. Yeah, capture scene state does not exist in the current context, which is probably in save progress. And that's actually coming from there. So the only async operation we need is capture scene state. and then we await capture scene state. So I just add a wait. Wait, what the fuck? Oh, it's because it's now capture save state async, isn't it? What the fuck is happening? List scene object state. States equals. How is that different from what I typed? It's not. The await operator can only be used within an async method. Consider making this method with async modifier to change its return type to task. Well, I guess we would probably... I was just using the bools. Fucking hell, this is such a shit show. I was using the bools just so that I could like test this in the inspector, obviously. But when it's like... And then I'm still not done though. I still need to figure out a way to save this save data in the cloud save data file space, which I've never done before, and then load it from there and then restore it from there as well. So that's going to be fun. Yeah, none of these. Okay, none of these functions need to be. Well, I suppose I could just call that function, couldn't I? Right. So essentially, what I need to do is do a public async save scene, we'll call it. But does it need to be called async, or is that only if it's a task? I guess we're about to find out. Let me see its fucking example. It says this is how you do it here. You say the public async void. That's the bit I was missing. I was missing the void. Yeah, so for now I would say, and then do I await that? Or do I just call it? Right, I can just call it. I also need to say save state equals false, so we don't do it in an infinite loop. That would be bad. And then if restore state can stay the same. Yeah, it's done this weird fucking file name as well. Right, play files for save data in any... A way to store large save files up to 1 GB in any format in the cloud. You can use cloud save files to access place save files across multiple devices and platforms. Right. Right, finally, this is a web game, so I need to save this data to player files in the cloud. How can we save that instead of local file? Okay. To save the serialized scene state directly to Unity's cloud save system instead of a local file, you need to use cloud save service. Instance files player save async method provided by Unity's game services. Here's how you can adapt your saving process. So I need to be initialize Unity service. I'm already initialized. Yeah, I don't need to do that. I'm already initialized. So we've got save progress to cloud. It thinks I'm going to do this in another script. I am not doing it in another script. It all needs to happen in one script, my friend. One script. Why do you want to make everything a fucking public async? Fuck off with your public asyncs. Right, the only public in fact, I don't want any public asyncs, to be honest. I'll do a public. In fact, I've already got a public bool. I'll probably just use these bools, to be honest. I probably will convert these from bools into public functions. So I'll make it so that this is a public function that says, you know, save data. And then I'll just basically do the same thing this is doing. It's just for now I want to continue testing in the inspector. But all these asyncs can be private. So we got a public async void, save progress to cloud, list scene object save state, scene state. But we need to give it a file. Right, it wants to call it scene state.json. Changes needed. Yeah, I'm just going to call it. Yeah, we could do save state.json. Or save states. And in calling the save method, we say save progress async, which now says, all right, so let's test that first to make sure it's going to my cloud. And make sure it doesn't freeze the game as well. All right, this will be fun. I can't believe it. I went from having... The thing is, I'm worried about this though, right? Because this is going... It's a 12 megabyte file. It's currently 12.5 megabytes, and that's probably going to be a bit bigger by the time the game's finished. So we're looking at like, what, 15 megabytes every time the player completes an objective. So there are like 40 something. They're probably going to be about 40 objectives. So here's the issue that I'm worried about, right? That's 15 megabytes saving. Probably a total of like, let's say 40 times. So each player who plays this game is going to be uploading like 600 megabytes of data to Unity Gaming Services. If hundreds or thousands of people play this game, isn't it going to hit like a cap and be like, no, fuck off. You need to give us money now, which I can't afford to do. Like, the game's free. So I need to figure out what the limits are. Unity Cloud Save free limits. Each player has 1 gigabyte of total storage, a maximum of 200 files. Well, I mean, we're fine with 12 meg then, but each custom item has a limit. That's not what I'm looking for. I'm looking for cloud save. See, because it says 5 gigabytes, right? So 5 gigabytes per month threshold. So if each player is costing me 600 megabytes of that threshold, right? That's not many players a month that I can support. That's the problem, right? This is where I run into a problem. So hang on. So I don't think I can do it this way. I mean, I would only the crazy thing is, like, I only need to save that version of the game, really, that save data, if the player's planning, like, really planning to continue the session. Like, I don't need to update that on, like, at the moment, I do the save pairs on every single objective, because it's like, it's a tiny little save, key pair save, so it's fine. But if I'm uploading a freaking 12 megabyte file every freaking 10 seconds, and player targets, right? There's like any player who does all the player targets, there's like 50 something player targets, and every time the player hits a target, I update the key pairs. I only need to update the key pairs there as well, though, to be fair. Yeah, to be fair, targets is fine. We can still save the old way with the targets. But I kind of need to make sure objectives are working properly. So, okay, what's like 5 gigabytes? Is that per project? Or per player? If it's per player, we're fine. But I think it might be a project limit or whatever. You can read about pricing here. Also consider further restrictions, for instance, per category. Example, private player data, you can store at most 5 megabytes and file storage is limited to 1 gigabyte. What do you want about how that contradicts itself? You can store at most 5 megabytes, but it can be up to a gigabyte. How does that make sense? Is it 5 megabytes or is it a gigabyte? Can't be both. No, I thought you were supposed to tell me about the fucking pricing. 5 gigabytes per month is free plan, but I have to pay 50 cents per gigabyte if I go over the 5 gigabytes. Yes, same goes for read or write operations. Yeah, that could get really fucking expensive if I want to keep the game up. But the thing is, like, this is the thing, right? I only really need to. It's a web game, so it's really tricky. See, if it was a Windows build, I could detect when the game gets closed and then just make sure I do like a big save when the game gets closed. And then that's 1 save per fucking day or whatever. But on the web, it's kind of hard to figure that out, right? Because like the player could just fucking close the web browser, and I don't know if there's any. I probably can't continue to run code once they close their web browser. So how am I gonna know? Now I could, hint at the player. Oh, please go to file, save whatever. Please go to file, save game if you want to continue your progress on another device or whatever. I honestly wish I'd never even bothered with progression at all. I don't think this is going to work out at all. I'd need to get that. I'd need to get that save file much lower, I think. But I wonder, what if I zip the file up? Because I could compress that file, right? So right now it's 12.5 gigabytes. How big is it if I zip it up? Because I could just unzip the file at the start of the game and then fucking read it and restore from there. And I could zip it up. I would assume I could do that in web. I don't know if I can do that in web builds. But I can definitely zip files in Unity for Windows at least. I don't know if it works on web though. But if I can, I could zip the file up, let's say. It's still, oh yeah, but that's a megabyte's a damn sight better than 12 megabytes. A megabyte's a damn sight better than 12 meg. Yeah, it zips up to 1 meg. That's much more reasonable. Then I'd just be saving 1 meg. Oh, I mean, imagine that, right? So then it's like, okay, 1 meg per save. I could also, this would be the thing as well, right? I should probably like stress test my game, because for some objectives the key pairs is probably fine, but there are certain objectives where like a lot of like crazy shit needs to happen and be in the right place, like the seagulls. So for those objectives, I could mark objectives as like, okay, can we get away with a save pair for this one, or do we need the 1 megabyte fucking save file? And like just save at those points in the game. And then I reckon I could probably get it down to like, I don't know, maybe 10 saves at most, right? 10 big saves throughout the game at most per player. Hello Pika, welcome back. So if it was 10 megabytes per player, let's say, and I'm allowed 5 gig per month. That's like 5,000, isn't it? Well, it's actually, okay. So it's actually 1024 is a megabyte. Times it by 1024 is a gigabyte times 5. So it's actually 5,242,000. And if I divide that by 10, let's say we do like 10 saves per player, then my game can support 500,000 players for free. That's much more reasonable. Yeah, I can support like 500,000 players for free. Okay, that's much more. I doubt I will hit those numbers, but like, yeah, the way it was going to be, if it was going to be like, what did I say, 600 megabytes per player? So let's run that calculation again. So if it was 1024 times 1024 is a gig times 5 divided by, shit, what did I say it was? 600 megabytes per player. That would, I mean, even that would support 8.7 thousand players, which is a lot, to be fair. Yeah, I mean, even that would support 8,700 players, which I probably won't even hit that fucking number. But I would hate for the game to be doing really, really, really well, and then it just dies because they want some money off me because I've gone over my fucking free limit cap. That would be heartbreaking. And it could also get expensive. So the first thing I could do is I could zip the file up. And the second thing I could do is I could try and save the big file only when it's needed. And then I think we'd get our... Yeah, we'd get our usage down to about 10 meg per player. Yeah, so which would let me support like half a million players per month. That's per month as well. That's not like for life. That's like that means the game technically. Yeah, that sounds much more feasible. The game could technically support 500,000 players per month. Which there's no fucking way I would hit that many players. There's no fucking way. But imagine if I did. You sound like you want to add cloud saving. It's already it already cloud saves. It's already in there. I'm just trying to make it better. There's some bugs with it. It already cloud saves. Have you not seen the UID every time I play? I wonder if there's more things we can add to the ignore list. We could literally go right down to every single thing, like the direction light never changes. I've got control prompts. I mean, I would even go so far as to say don't bother doing objectives, because like objectives is managed by key pairs at the end of the day. And like dialogue never really changes. Cloud is working fine and works on its own system. Music doesn't ever change. Traffic doesn't change. We've got traffic. Got the UI event system. Player, it's all handled internally. But the player position isn't. Vignette never changes. Does anything on canvas actually change? I don't think so. I mean, the main things that get moved, the only things that really get moved is NPCs for the most part. And it's just like basically like object states of things like and like NPC enemy types and a couple of things like shopping carts and fucking hot dogs and weird things like that. It's mainly just the truck and then the shopping cart that sits on Supermarket 2's canvas supermarket. Van follow camera, player count follow camera. They don't do it. They don't move. They've got like code that manages them. I think instead of city model, I could actually just do everything off of city. I think. I mean, does Miku's position change? Sometimes. That's the only thing I can think of. But then, like, all the main scenes really don't need tracking. Supermarket. Supermarket 2. Graveyard. Supermarket 2 is the weird one, though, because it's the one with the canvas on it. So Supermarket 2 is a little bit weird like that. There's not really a whole lot on there anyway, though. So I think with Supermarket 2, I just make it the Supermarket 2 SketchUp model, because that's where most of the objects are going to sit anyway. And then there was Graveyard. Power Plant. Power Plant's got these smoke plumes which I am going to be turning on and off at certain points, but that's not game breaking, it's just a visual thing. And seagulls don't really... Seagulls are only really on or off. Did I put touch controls on there? Touch controls will never really change. Alright, we'll see how big. What about tap to start? I've got scenes. What else is in scenes? So I did city. Yeah, nothing really on character select. Does the only thing in all of scenes really would be Miku? Maybe the missing snowman, I guess, and not the shooting gallery, but maybe the targets. I wonder how big that is. Let's give it a test, see if it works. See how big it is. I should probably, though, while I'm figuring this out, I should have left the other version in it. Because, like, I'm still kind of trying to get the save file into a reasonable size, though, right? Already added cloud saving to your own gaming projects. Yeah. The last 2 projects I've done have had cloud saving in. Because I'm a big believer in live service games. That's what my games are ultimately going to be. I think it's the way forward. Yeah, I think free to play live service is the future. I don't think selling games on Steam will even be a thing fucking 10 years from now, or even buying games like that. And I know people don't like that because they're like, oh, I don't own anything, but like, come on. Like, I get that sometimes it's nice to be nostalgic and play old games or whatever, but like, I don't know. It has too many benefits for the developers, so all the developers are going to want to make their games like that because there's too many advantages for them. So if I bring the van over here, but it's convenient, and it's also convenient for the player as well, right? It stops people from cheating. It makes the games extremely monetizable. The developer gets to control everything on their own servers. Right, so it's apparently saved. Let's see if it's there. $1.66 MB? Oh, I don't even need to refresh it. There we go. Save states. Hey! We're in business? We're in business? Okay, so now I need to load the data back from the cloud. Oh, that's awesome. I haven't done cloud save files before, though. I've been using key pairs up to this point, but that was actually quite easy. So we got it down from like 12 MB to like 1.6. Yeah, that was pretty painless, actually. Did Jibbity tell me how to load the progress again? Reading data back, here we go. Okay, so we've got a new method. Public async. Load progress from cloud. Okay, player load async. Cloud save service instance files player load async. iPlace file service does not contain a definition for load async and no accessible extension. Load async. Yeah, I think you have to either use load stream async or load by byte async. Let's go back to the documentation. You can either get player file as byte array or get player file as stream. Okay. For the loading of data, of cloud data, I get error, and we'll paste the error. Documentation states alright, let's see what we get. For the loading of cloud data, I get error. Does not contain a definition for load async. Documentation states get play file as byte array or get play file as stream. It's because Cloud Save instance files player API provides the load bytes async and load stream async methods for retrieving files, but not a load async methods. You need to update your loading logic. Yeah, no shit. You mean you need to update my loading logic. There we go. So now I've got load progress from cloud async method for loading file as stream. Oh, that's an alternative way of doing it. I don't really care how we do it. And then restore progress, we would now call on the async function. Restore project progress. We've got restore scene state, restore components. What the fuck am I overwriting here? Do I think it's giving me a replacement for that? Restore progress generates a list. Await load progress from cloud. If scene state.count is greater than 0, then restore scene state, scene state. No, so we need to keep restore scene state because this method calls on it. So I think this is a new method. Restore progress. Can I convert from system collections generic list scene state manager dot scene object state to string? Oh yeah, because we were restoring scene state with a string before. Did it give me a new restore scene state in the previous response? No. Okay, so we need to... Yeah, we can't use a string anymore. Because the string pointed to a file path. Okay, I get error for restore scene state, which is expecting the string of a file path. To adapt your restore scene state method to use with cloud save data instead of a file path, you can pass the serialized scene state directly. Modify restore scene state. So we want to modify restore scene state like that. Got loads of errors. Can I convert from system collections generic list scene state manager.scene object state to scene state manager.scene state container? Can I convert from string to scene state manager.scene state container? Adjusting loading and restore workflow. So load progress from cloud also needs to be updated. Oh my god. What the hell is that? There it is. It still hates it. Shut up. Restore progress needs to also be updated. Is that where all my errors are? Yeah. Okay, hopefully that'll get rid of them. Yeah, it's still saying cannot implicitly convert. Right, this is restore scene state. Oh, but that's okay, that's fine. So now what do we do? Restore scene state. Restore scene state. How do we call restore scene state now? Restore scene state. Restore progress. Right, restore scene state takes a scene state container of scene state container. So does the load progress from cloud past that? I think it does. Where is my load progress from cloud? Restore components from material. I scared of that. Right, there was a load progress from cloud or something like that. Load. Right, load progress from cloud is a public async returner of task scene state container. So we get our scene state container. Yeah, okay. What's my file name called? Because it didn't know what I'd called it. So in my cloud, I have lowercase save states with a capital S on states.json. So we need to update that. So we're looking for save states.json. And we need to call a public. What the fuck? So now when we call because I think we need to generate a list. It said it returned a list type of scene state list or something like that. Put the response over here so I can see it. Restore progress says, oh, here we go. Await, right. So scene state content. So restore progress, public async void. But isn't that expecting something? Oh, that one's not expecting anything. So I guess it's expecting me to use restore progress then. So I go in through restore progress. So I could just say restore progress. Is this actually? I think it is async. And I could maybe show like a loading screen or something while that's happening. Oh, oh my god, that was a lot. Let's see what that does. Can we now restore progress from cloud? Let's test it. Right, so let's do a restore state. Okay, it loaded and I didn't see any errors. Okay, so let's test it properly. So we'll get the van over here. Oh, the van's already here? I must have worked then. I'm driving the I'm driving the van off through the supermarket now. Oh, that's so funny. That's hilarious. So I guess it probably worked then, right? So did that happen with the restore scene state? Or was the van already there? That had to have worked with the restore scene state though, right? Because my old key pair system didn't support that. So I think we're done. I think we've done it. We now have a... Yeah, the van's not there right now. But if I do the restore scene state, I think it brings the van over. So all I need now is like a little loading screen or something for when that's happening. Which I only need to do at the start of the game. So I'm probably going to need a function that checks to see whether that save file exists or not. I'm an idiot. I need to do this through restore scene state. But yeah, I'm pretty sure that worked. Oh, we finally fixed all my problems. Well, a lot of them. A lot of them. Yeah, there we go. We've got our van. Hey! That's awesome! Loaded scene state from Cloud 3007 objects. Ah, we got some weirdness going on here though. Why does that look like that? But that's not the scene state's fault, I don't think. I don't know what the fault of that is. What is going on there? Because it's got... That's weird. It's got the correct material. That's weird. Why has that happened? Since restoring scene states... That's kind of weird. And also our player character looks weird. What the fuck? That's so weird. Why is it always one fucking problem after another? I don't know why it all looks grey like that. It's not a shader problem because this one's using standard and this one's using Primo Tune. It's not a material problem because the materials are set correctly. I don't know what the fuck is going on. Is it a canvas problem? World Space Camera, Graphic Raycaster, Layer UI, Sorting Layer Default. I have no idea what's causing that. camera, skybox. What is going on? I'm so confused. Because that doesn't happen until I restore states, but what is it about restoring states that's causing that? I swear to God, oh my God, I just can't catch a break. How did I manage to make a new problem for myself? Recording everything that we did. So if I enable that now, from my previous key pairs method, everything should look fine. Oh. Okay, it doesn't. It still looks like that. So it's probably not the save state thing that's causing that then. What the hell is causing that? Huh? What? I am so confused. It's not a occlusion problem, is it? I did say too that live services are free only because they're making their money on the gacha, or otherwise they wouldn't be free live service games, but instead monthly or per live service games. Well, they have to make money somehow. But at least you have the option. No one's forcing you to spend. What the fuck is happening? I could try restarting Unity, but I don't think it's gonna help. How's my project going so far? I don't know. Ups and downs. Like always. That actually doesn't even need to exist anymore. Do I really have to do it one at a time? Can't I just remove that one? Yeah, okay, that's better. Yeah, it's vicious out there. So Wales or wherever is supposed to be getting the brunt of it. Must be really bad. Because we've only got the tail end of it, but it's pretty miserable out there. That rain is kind of... Yeah, and the wind as well. It's very rough. Would I play no gacha Genshin Impact if I needed to pay $10 with a game? Yeah, of course I would. My favourite game. But the game wouldn't be the game it is now if it wasn't a gacha game. So it wouldn't make anywhere near as much money as it's made. This is driving me nuts. Right, let me restart Unity and see if it fixes itself. This is really weird. Oh, I'm going to put this on. It's nippy. What the fuck is happening? I do not understand what is happening. I mean, it's always looked a bit weird up here, to be completely honest. But then in the game window, it looked fine. Because I remember when I first imported this, I remember thinking, oh yeah, I didn't set the cart to import its materials like I normally do. So that's why it looks grey. But then I looked over at the game window and it looked perfect. So I thought, well, if it ain't broken, don't fix it. So I just left it. But now, it looks like it's missing its materials. That was from the import, so that came from... Oh, that's even weirder. It came through... So it came through Sketchfab Importer. So I don't have those material options. But if I look at its object, what the fuck is happening? The material looks correct and it's got occlusion. I really don't know what is happening. Oh my god, it's always fucking one thing after another. I swear to god, this is just... fucking torture. Why is it grey? Overrides. What the fuck is this? That's just a prefab view thing, I think. Changing the material doesn't change anything. I don't even know what I'm looking at. Why is it not responding to materials or anything? It's so fucking weird. I've never seen anything like this happen before. Why is it that it's always one step forward, 56 steps fucking back no matter what I do? Like, I've got enough to do without fixing constantly broken shit like this. That's broken for no fucking reason. We're not getting any visual representation of this at all in Unity. But it's even weirder than that. When my fucking player character ends up there, she's grey. This makes no fucking sense at all. The only thing that looks right is the fucking background. I do not understand what the fuck is happening. Like I said, this cat's always been weird. It's always looked grey as a Unity object. The hot dogs haven't though. But it's always looked grey in the editor. But then when I looked at through the camera on game view, it actually looked fine. Let me try re-importing it or something. I don't fucking know. This makes no sense. I hate it the most when things just don't make sense and I just can't understand what is even fucking happening. This is so fucking depressing. I put so much fucking work into this project. Jesus fucking Christ. What am I looking at? Why is it trying to play the cutscene animation but not actually playing the cutscene animation? Oh, because we disabled start, that's why. Jesus Christ. Right. I've got to understand what is happening. What is even fucking happening right now? My player looks grey. So it's like it's only happening. Does my player become... My player doesn't become a child of the canvas. So it couldn't possibly be a fucking child-parent relationship fucking issue. So I don't think the canvas has anything to do with it. My player's not static, so occlusion culling should have nothing to do with it. When this scene stops playing, does she return to normal? Yes, she returns to normal. I suppose that's probably good news. But what the fuck is even going on up there? But as soon as she gets teleported up here, she becomes grey. And this only just started happening today. That's the worst part. What is even fucking happening? Is this a fog thing? Why would fog suddenly cause everything to look grey though? But that kind of makes things look grey, so that's why I'm wondering if it's a fog thing. Where are my fog settings? Jesus Christ, I have no idea. Where the fuck did I put fog? I thought it was on main camera. Yeah, I think it is on main camera. Where I got bloom. But not fog. Oh, I remember. Fog's under environment. Under the lighting panel. Fog on or off. It's fucking fog. Why is fog suddenly fucking everything up? So it must be... It must be because it's calculating the distance based off of maybe the main camera instead of this camera. And because this camera doesn't utilize... So I can kind of guess why it's happening. It's because we're going outside of Cinemachine's virtual camera system and we're using a traditional camera to render this image. And so I'm guessing the newer fog system is calculating the fog draw distance based off of the Cinemachine camera and not off of this little camera here, because it's an older camera. That would be my guess. I don't know what the fuck I'm looking at. What is happening? Yeah, so if I get... Okay, this might be good news. Because there is an issue. So basically, what I had to do is I had to scale her up 100 times before she would even appear in the fucking scene. And that causes all her outlines to look like shit. So if I scale her back down to 111, you literally can't see her because she's so fucking small. However, if I now put her in a position where this camera can see her, right, that's happening. That must be the canvas script that's got a hold of her, I think. I guess when I disable the script puts her back where she was. So what I'm going to need to do is grab the transforms coordinates, put them in the clipboard, deactivate that script, and then give her those transforms back. Yeah, because I had to build a fake floor for her to stand on as well. But weirdly enough, no, she probably is still on that fake floor. Where's the fake floor? Is it plain there? Yeah, everything's fucking grey though. So I can't see shit. Right, this fucking fog needs to go off for now then, while we figure out what the fuck we're doing. Turn fog off for now so I can actually see. Jesus Christ. Okay, now I can actually see some shit. Also, this floor kind of needs a different material so I can see it properly. Right, so let's set the floor to any fucking thing there. That'll do. Right. So we could bring the floor up. And we need to set her scale to 111, which I imagine is her default scale. But what's weird about that is the floor... She sinks down to there. Oh, wait, she's not stood on the floor though, is she? No, there's another thing here. What the fuck? Are there two floors? Oh, she's back down on the game world floor, that's why. That's the game world floor, okay. So I need to put her up here so she sits on that floor there. There she is. Okay. And now I need to figure out why the fuck is she so small? Where the hell are my transforms? Oh, I see it. It's like ghosted out for some reason. Oh, is it because it's set to static? Okay, it's because it's set to static. So if we unstatic that... Jesus Christ. What a fucking shit show. I wonder if I can link her. I kind of need to link her because I'm going to have to be very, very accurate with this. Right, I'm going to make a script for tools. That's going to help me. It's going to delete the entire project and I'll never look back. Right. This is going to be called force position. And I'm going to give this script to my fucking player character. And I'm going to link it to the position marker for that scene. So that I can update it in real time at runtime and fucking get it where we need it to be. So we're going to do a public transform, set position, and then during update we're just going to say this dot transform dot position equals set position dot position. This dot transform dot local Euler angles equals set position local Euler angles. We'll leave scale alone for now. Save that. And I'm going to force the position to the player position marker that we have set for this scene for the player character, so we can actually get her where she needs to be. Because obviously I've got a problem now with fog, where fog is behaving... To be fair, I'm surprised it's only took till today before that started to happen, because it kind of makes sense why that's happening, because of the fog distance settings and the fact that she was 100 times scaled up. So the first issue that I noticed when I set that scene up is that, yeah, she's so small and I need to make her 100 times bigger before you can see her. In making her 100 times bigger so that we could see her, that solved that problem, but that created the new problem of setting all the outlines askew for the toon shader, and she looked like shit. All of the characters look like shit. So now, given that I've got two problems to solve with the overscaling issue, let's try and keep it at its normal scale and see if we can just position the character so fucking accurately that we can actually get it to appear in that fucking scene at normal scale. But for that I need a degree of accuracy. So we'll leave that off for now. We'll let it run through its shit. $110 for a no gacha. Genshin, not $10. Oh, I don't know, Pika. They wouldn't do that. They wouldn't. It's a stupid question anyway, because they would never do it, for one. Because they make so much more money just keeping it as a freaking gacha game. They're already making more money than anybody else in the fucking universe right now. So why would they ever change the way it works? They've already found the fucking perfect way to make as much money as possible. I get you're sort of trying to... What you're really trying to ask is how much money. At the end of the day, I don't... If you want $100 off me for a game, I don't care if it's my favourite game, I'll probably just pirate it. Because it's a lot of money to pay up front. But if you say, oh, $20 a month, right, and then it only takes 5 months before I've paid you $100, that sounds a lot more reasonable to me, even though it's... After 5 months, it's added up to $100. It's only $20 a month, so it's like... You know, that's why... Again, this is why I don't think selling games as one single price, buy and own forever, is really a good model at all. It's never been a good model. I think subscription services and even the gacha model or the free-to-play model is just a better model. Developers make more money for it. You have the option to play it for free, especially if it's free-to-play. So those who can't afford it can still play it and enjoy it. And those who can afford to spend a fortune on it will spend a fortune on it. So everybody wins. And like, you can't really stop piracy. Like, look at the attempts to stop piracy. They ruin games by putting fucking like what do they call it? De novo and shit like that, which kills performance. And it's like fucking root fucking privilege bloody kernel drivers running in your system that people can freaking abuse and take advantage of and all kinds of stuff. So it's just, you're just never going to solve the problem. You're always going to get pirates and crackers and everything else. So how do you solve that? You make it free, and then you don't have to stop pirates, and then you can stop the cheaters because you can see what they're doing on your server because they have to come through your server. I mean, people can still run private servers. Now if I go to player and turn my force position on, it doesn't look like it, but she is actually there. we cannot see her. So this right here is a Unity problem. Like when they set their world space canvas up, it's like a ridiculous size. Now, can we scale the background? Where even is the background? There it is. Can we scale this background? Because the background is insanely large, given how far back you need the camera away from it, compared to where you want your 3D models in the scene. So whichever fucking airhead set this up at Unity seriously needs an ass kicking, because this is ridiculous. But don't even get me started on the things Unity needs an ass kicking on. There's a canvas scaler. Units per pixels per unit. Reference pixels per unit. No idea what this does. Doesn't seem to change any fucking thing. So we'll leave it as it is. If it doesn't fix it, we leave it alone. Can we scale the actual canvas? No. So it looks like we're basically fucking stuck with this unusable piece of shit canvas because... Oh, hang on. I can move it, apparently. I can move it, but I can't scale it. Wait. Wait. We can scale it. But that's at like 0.18. I thought I couldn't scale it. Everything's fucking static. Shut up. Right, I can scale it. But it doesn't affect... This is so fucking weird. It doesn't affect the output. Is it because I'm scaling the camera with it and the camera's a child? Oh wait, whoa. There we go. So if I scale this canvas down to an infinitesimally small... Look at the scale on that. 0 points. This is what I'm saying. What airhead set this up? So you need to scale the canvas down. Bear this in mind. To 0.001% of itself before you can start to see 3D models in the scene. Well done. Well done, whoever set this up. What a fucking airhead. Right. Okay, I need that to stay like that. And now we've beat the fog problem as well, right? Because, yeah, guess what? We're actually closer to the character now. But that is insane that that is the size you need to set it to before you can actually start to use this thing. Why the hell make it so insanely big to begin with? I don't know. Why would the animation player... Let's get on that again today, shall we? Why would the animation player do what that fucking does, right? Right, and we've also got some code on here. Let me just go and change that. So now we most certainly do not want to change our world spacer player scale to 100% of 100 times the scale. In fact, let's just take scale out of this completely. We're not even going to touch the scale. So we no longer need original scale. Okay, so let's run it now. And now we don't have to worry about those weird ass fucking line problems we were having. Yay! Look how everything just works. Okay, so we moved the floor up, so she's probably sat... I mean, that's fine, I guess. She's actually alright there, I think. Yeah, I think she's alright there. Now our lines look good as well, unlike before. And we can see through the fog and everything looks right. So, yet another fire put out by me. Good lord. You know what though? I'm going to back this up and I think I need a frickin' break. We are doing good. So now we've got like a save state restoration system. We can load and save states, which should like counteract some of the issues I was having. I might want to... Yeah, there might be some other systems we could take out as a result of that, actually. And it might make things a little bit more optimized. Because I think like 1.6 megabytes save file for each player is probably going to be fine. Ugh. But like when I'm updating city targets, for example, I shouldn't update that one. And then on average, because then on average each player is going to use what? There's like going to be about, let's say 40, let's be overly cautious. 1.6 megabytes. Let's say there's going to be like 45 objectives to get through. So each player is going to use 72 megabytes, let's say. All right, so put that to one side so we remember it. And then my allowance is 5 gigabytes, wasn't it? So that's 1024 megabytes. Oh, wait a minute. Did I do 500 gigabytes? Yeah, because I'm looking at... Oh, shit. Yeah, I might have miscalculated that then. Because 1024 times 5 is 5,120 megabytes per month. You divide that by 72. Oh, now we can only support 71 players a month. Fuck. Yeah, I way overcalculated that before. Okay, so what does that compress down to? 71 players a month is no good. Well, I don't have the file version of it. Can I download the file off the server? Yes. Good. So there's my file. It's probably in downloads, I would think. Save states. What does that zip up to? Send to. Where the fuck is send to? I was literally on it. 155 kilobytes. That's more like it. 154 kilobytes. Right, so 154 kilobytes, but now we're working in kilobytes. So now we can take our value and times it by... Well, it was measured in megabytes, wasn't it? So... I'll times it by 1,000 because otherwise, and then times that by 5. So this is kilobytes. But if I fucking hell. Right, get another calculator. Yeah, but I need to times that by 40. Yeah, I can still work in megabytes then because I need to times that by 40. So let's say, okay, so 155 kilobytes times, let's say 45 saves per game, is 6,975 kilobytes, which let's just be... It's still 10 times, isn't it? Well, we can see it's 10 times because at the end of the day, we'd call that 7 megabytes just to be safe. 7 megabytes per player. And so that would support 700 and about 720 players a month. Which is better than 70 players a month. Yeah, so I think we compress the file. I think that's what we do. Because that way we can support 10 times as many players. Because also that file size will probably increase as I get more stuff in the game. Not much, but a little bit. Right, I think I'm going to take a break. What is that, 4 hours? But yeah, I don't know if it works in web though, that's the thing. I guess we'll find out. Yeah, I think I compressed that file. I am right about that, isn't it? Isn't it like 5 gigabytes a month? Yeah, so if each player is using roughly 7 megabytes to play through the whole game. Then yeah, it would be less than 1,000 players, but marginally less than 1,000 players. So 700 sounds about right. But I don't know. Like I gotta wonder what does Unity do in that situation? Like if I'm like let's say I won the contest or whatever, right? They really like my game and they wanted me to, they want to use they like the fact that it's showcasing their engine well or whatever. Like why should I suffer and have it eat all my bandwidth up? And let's say the game's popular and a lot of people play it every month. Like, can they not would they not fucking move that onto some, special account that they can just eat the cost of, rather than take it out of my fucking free allowance every month? Because that seems like kind of like shit. Because then, like, where's my incentive to make good games? You know what I mean? That they can showcase for free. If they're also gonna like fucking eat away my allowance for it being successful. And what if it's so successful that then it starts to need money? It eats up the free tier. Are they just gonna let the game die because I don't want to give them money? It seems kind of shit. And then it's like, well, what happens? Then the other question is like, what happens to the game if Unity then decide, oh, your upload request failed because you've run out of allowance? Does the game stop fucking functioning? How would I test for that? Yeah, I don't know. The whole thing is a bit of a headache. I kind of wish I had never bothered with the fucking Unity Cloud stuff, to be honest. I mean, this save state thing is kind of overkill. I've wasted hours. I mean, I wanted to look at that anyway because I think it's a useful tool to learn that save state thing. It's quite cool, especially for like local saves. But yeah, for cloud saves, I can see how that could eat up your free allowance very quickly, depending on how popular the game is. I mean, I don't know, right? My game is barely, like, at the moment at least, don't get any freaking players. So, like, you know, even reaching 70 players a month sounds like unattainable to me right now. But I don't know, this game, I think this game is worthy of. I mean, when I look at the other games that are getting 7,000 players on there, I don't see why this game isn't worthy of that. But then it's like, well, I'm worried. I'm almost worried about it being successful, because if it could be successful at the point where it breaks, because I run out of free allowance, and then my options are what? Give Unity loads of freaking money that I don't have to keep it up there, or let it die. That seems like a bit unfair. But yeah, that makes me think probably what I should do before I upload this is kind of try and make it so that the game kind of knows whether it's able to do the cloud save or not. And if the game's not able to do the cloud save, because let's say at some point in the future I've run out of allowance or whatever the hell, right? Then the game will at least save what it can under player prefs for, like, you know, same client progression saves. I don't know. Like I say, I freaking regret ever putting progression in this, like, save state progression. But I was excited when I saw that I could give everyone a UID and that I could actually do save pairs and stuff. I thought, oh, this is going to be cool. And it'll be impressive if, like, you know, you leave the game. If you play half the game one day and then you go back to it the next day and it remembers where you were up to, I thought that was really cool. But at what cost? First of all, it's already cost me a lot of my sanity, but I barely had any of that to begin with, so that's fine. Yeah, and I like the technical challenge of it. But then you run into, like, there's technical challenge versus actual cost. You know what I mean? Like, actual, when services are only free up to a certain point and then it starts to cost money, well, you know, what are you going to do about that? Because if the game's free, if the game's just meant to be a free, you know, contest, showcase contest web game, obviously I can't be paying money to keep it on there and keep it functioning. Why would anyone put this much heart and soul into a game that's going to continually eat money off them rather than make them money? And I don't care about this game making me money, but I don't want it to cost me money in the future. That sounds terrible. Like, no. That makes no sense. So yeah, I don't know. I don't know if Unity would ever make exceptions for games that they really liked, that were like, you know, okay, well, this game needs some of our cloud storage, and, you know, it's too popular for the player to run on his free to play. Maybe we should stick it on a special little account or whatever. You know what I mean? Just fucking put it somewhere else and let it run. That sounds fair to me. Or increase my allowance for being an awesome dev, if that ever happened. How about that? Just give me, like, free premium access. Free for life. It is a weird one, though, isn't it? Because, like, because, like, from a business perspective, how do you handle that? Because, like, on one side, like, players are making you free games, which is bringing attention to your engine, so, like, you really should be supporting that. But then on the other hand, you are a business, and if the thing's, you know, using server bandwidth, then, you know, you don't want to just let everybody abuse server. But that's the key word, is abuse, right? If somebody's web game is good to have on your website that they made for free for you, and it brings attention to your engine, I think the company should eat the cost for that, if there is any, because it would be marginal anywhere to them, but it could be detrimental to me if I had to fucking keep paying the costs. So like that to me sounds like the answer there is just to like, okay, we'll set up a thing for this game specifically, and they wouldn't even need to give me access to it. It's like whatever, as long as the game's running and working, I don't care. Just let it save its save data wherever it wants and have it auto delete every so often or whatever. Anyway, I'm waffling. I need a break, so I'm gonna end it there for now. But yeah, I don't know. It's like anything, right? It's like there's no perfect solution. That's the problem with game development in a way. What's the problem with a lot of things? There's never a perfect solution. There's always like pros and cons to every way you want to do something. But yeah, I do worry about that because, like, I don't know. Yeah, 7,000 players sounds like a lot, but some of the web games that have been up there. Now I do wonder if these numbers might be botted though, because it's easy to do. I noticed they don't have a very good. But if we go to Unity web games. And we've got the winter showcase. So there's 48 submissions on here right now. Now there you go. This game already, this is why I think it's botted, because it hasn't moved. It like magically gets to 7,000 players, right, in like its first day, and then it just sits at 7,000 players. But, you know, if these are like real numbers, then yeah, a game can easily get 7,000 players within a few days. Whether mine would or not, I don't know. But I don't think that's a real number. I think people are doing naughty things there because it's easy to do. It literally just goes up every time the page gets loaded and the fucking button gets clicked, right? So anyone can do that. So I think these two especially are bullshitters. I don't think they've had 7,000 players and 5,000 players. But maybe they could get that many. Like, it depends, right? Maybe it could get that successful. But yeah, I don't even think fucking 7,000 people within a few days are even visiting this site, to be completely fucking honest. That aren't, you know, maybe just doing it to bot their fucking game numbers. Like genuine players who come here to play these games, I think they probably are in the, you know, maybe in the dozens a day at most. So I genuinely think these are fake. I could make my game go to that number if I wanted to. Easily. So I probably don't need to worry about supporting 7,000 players in a month or anything like that. But if I did, then I got to worry about, well, what happens when it runs out of juice or free allowance. And then there are other projects in the future that I obviously want to use cloud for. So it's like, well, you know, I can't have one web game eating that allowance constantly and then not being able to do anything else with it. So I do have to think about these things. But yeah.